everyone. I hope you're doing well today. It looks like our first up puzzle, as voted by our windmills and turbines, is this 4x4x4 by Sniglett and gUBBLOR. This was voted for by David, Russ, Nell, Luda, Doomdiot, and Neverio. So this should be a good time. Thank you for your support. I can also say that for the first time in a bit, I posted a puzzle to LMD earlier today. So if you're looking for a bit of Zeta goodness, I can recommend it to you. I will say it probably involves like two of the least Zeta-y constraints that are possible, but I think it is still nevertheless a very Zeta puzzle, despite involving very un-Zeta constraints. Nothing quite so untoward as anything indexing related, but it does involve two constraints that I have often mentioned that I'm not the biggest fan of, but hey, they worked for what I wanted for this puzzle. So I'll probably talk about it more and why I chose those two constraints at some point down the line, perhaps in 5 years whenever I get to it or something. All right, so let us try to understand what on earth is happening with this puzzle. So we have normal Sudoku rules do not apply. The grid instead consists of 4 differently colored 4x4 layers. Colored. Each layer can be stacked on top of each other in reading order to form a 4x4 cube. Each layer contains a unique set of the following to be determined by the solver: an even and odd, a low and a high, digits, notably no 5s actually. Digits may not repeat in any row, column, or 2x2 box, or on the same z-axis between layers. So basically this cell is on top of this cell, so they can't be the same either. We also have equality cages. Cages must have an equal number of low-high digits and an equal number of even-odd digits. This feels like that apple puzzle we did by Nordy the other day, actually. Cages sharing a letter are connected between layers. Oh, I see. This A cage sort of goes from here to there to there. I see. This is like a 3-dimensional-ish thing. Okay, and then we've got Dutch Whispers, Renbon, a slow thermo, and sequence lines. So we need same difference with adjacent digits along each line. So it gives several examples of how one might do that. Okay, very interesting. So I guess one thing to note is there's only 4 digits in this grid. And it must be the case that all 4 of them are consecutive somehow. That doesn't seem possible, right? Do I not understand what a Renbon is? Because there's no 5s, right? Yeah, this looks broken to me. I'm confused. Because I can't possibly make a length 3 chain of consecutive digits, can I? If I meet this requirement? Because I can't ever, because basically I would need to have every digit in, if there's only 4 digits, then the way this looks, I would need all 4 digits to be part of a string of 3 consecutive digits. And that's not possible if one of the digits is low and one of the digits is high and none of the digits can be 5. What am I not understanding here? I feel like I must be misunderstanding something. It sounds to me like there's going to be 4 digits per puzzle. Each layer. Am I misunderstanding what the layers are? No, I think these are the layers. Each layer contains a unique digit set. Even, odd. Low, high. Yeah, this is just like... Yeah, and it even says like row 2, column 2 and the same thing. What can I be missing? It sounded like Isabella has done the puzzle. Maybe Isabella understands the secret of what is going on here. Like if I believe there's only 4 digits, then I would believe, for example, that these two have to be the same digit on the same slow thermo. So Isabella, it seems to me it's plainly impossible to make this layer work because I would need all 4 digits to be part of a 3-cell consecutive sequence of digits. But there are no 5s, and at least 1 digit is high and at least 1 digit is low, so I can't connect them. So I must be missing some piece of what's going on here, but I don't know what it is. Oh, that's true. I can turn the row column labels. I had the row column labels off so I could take a picture of my thing of my my puzzle I was posting to LMD today. I feel like I can't really do this puzzle if I don't understand what the rules are. So I might have to do a different puzzle, but I'll give it, if someone sees it in the next little bit, I will, it's certainly okay. But I feel like there definitely is something I don't understand. Hey, Joel. We are trying to decipher what these rules mean because I think if I understand what the rules mean, then then the first grid is impossible. Is this on LMD? I don't know. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Okay, it is on LMD. Let's see if there are comments. Although usually these are the sort of things that show up in whatchamacallit. So, for what is worth, 43 people have solved this puzzle. Okay. Okay, so here's a question from DV Frank. I find the rules about the digit sets hard to follow. What does it mean? Is every layer filled entirely by digits from one of the given groups, or do we pick one digit from each group for the layer? If so, do these choices for each layer have to be selected for every group or different overall, or are the sets selected in another way? Each grid contains one complete set, and each set is used. As an example, if grid 1 is even, it will contain 2, 4, 6, 8 on that. Oh! I see. Okay, so basically just, okay, yes. So one layer has all evens, and it's probably not the Renbon layer. Okay. That is not at all what I read, but I'm not claiming it doesn't say that, but that is not what my brain read. Okay. So this is either 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. But there's middly digits. So yeah, so it's low or high. And so just for the record, both of these things need to have a like middle thing, and I'm going to try and like color the middle thing, I don't know, like purple or whatever. And so in it, like for example, if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, every length 2 renbon needs a 2 and a 3, and so these would be a 2, 3 pair, and these would be a 2, 3 pair. So these would be the middly digits, and then these would also be the middly digits, and then these will be the extreme digits. And then these will, of course, be the other extreme digits. Maybe orange is a poor choice. We'll do yellow for extreme, I guess. I don't know, for the moment. Okay. So these two really are the same, I should remark. For whatever that is worth. Because this is a slow thermo and it only has 4 values to choose from. And I guess I know that this is like... I could like good lift this whole thing, which seems perhaps painful. I'm not sure. I guess I can maybe actually just mark these as 1, 4, 6, 9, and these as 2, 3, 7, 8. That's not too bad, all things considered. Yeah, this one can't be all lows or all highs. I don't see how you know which of these two is all low or all high, I guess, is the thing I don't see. Because it feels to me like if I could make this grid work with 1, 2, 3, 4, I could make it work with 2, 4, 6, 8 just as easily. Okay, well, I do know that this is one of each parity. So at least by my equality cage business, I know that this is one of each even and odd, and so I need to have an equal number of evens and odds between these two cages. On the other hand, I've got my stuff going on with lows. Let's see. Okay, maybe I should just good lift this whole thing, huh? Let's just good lift this whole thing because it seems like it's maybe worth it. Because like I also know that this is red circle and this is red circle, so like if I just go in order of the things that are listed there, this could be a 2, a 1, or a 6. This can be a 4, a 3, a 2, or a 7. Okay, this one that I know is everywhere. This one can be a 6, 7, 3, or 8. And this one can be an 8, 9, 4. For what it is worth. What Todd is saying is this one definitely can't be 1, 3, 7, 9 because you just can't make a string of 3 digits in an arithmetic sequence out of these. So this is definitely not 1, 3, 7, 9. So it could be one of the other things. I'm not sure, but it's not 1, 3, 7, 9. And this one's not 1, 3, 7, 9. 1, 3, 7, 9 seems like it would work fine with a Dutch Whispers. I guess I can just color this whole grid if I want. Because, like, this digit, I know where it goes in this row, at least. And so I know where it goes in this box, so I know where it goes over there. And I can do the same thing with, like... This digit goes here. and therefore it goes there, and there, and therefore these are all the same as well. I don't know if that full coloring is going to do me any good, but it's true-ish. Let's see. If these are both, yeah, I guess if these are both 6, it doesn't really have any risk of clashing with this, does it? I guess I can note these two are certainly not the most extreme digits of their set. Are these two the same digit? Is maybe a question to ask. So if these two are the same digits, then I end up with those two are the same and these two are the same, right? Okay, maybe I should think about what this digit can be. So if I go with the set of evens, this can be 2 or 8. And if I go with the set of odds, this can be 1 or 9. I guess is not super exciting. Oh, actually, this just can't be the evens, can it? Oh, no, it can. If this is 8, no. Yeah, if this is 8, then these can be 2, 4, for example. Certainly isn't all high or all low. So this is the other digit of the same high-lowity. I can conveniently actually just high-low color this box, and the yellows here have nothing to do with the yellows here. So I can conveniently high-low color at least that piece. Oh, 7 with 1, 3 does work. Darn it. I convinced myself that that I was working with German whispers for a second. The coloring part is still right, though, but yeah, that's going to make it less exciting. And that's not sort of immediately telling me anything. These are certainly both high or both low. Oh, sorry, these. Sorry, these are either both high or both low. These are both high or both low. Okay. So these need to be one of each, high and low, is the thing. Oh, I also missed 3 for the same reason. Because just by the way that this works, this grid only has highs or lows. Well, these two things are the most extreme digits in one direction. So they're either both high or both low, no matter what the digit set is. So this needs to be one of each. Just to make that work. In terms of high-low stuff. This is 1 even and 1 odd. This could be anything. So this, I think, could be anything. Todd says there's something about parity with this, but I'm not sure I see how this... Oh, I guess this does... Right. These are both the same parity. Right. Okay, so yeah, so that's true, right? These two are both the same parity, because whatever this grid is, it's all one parity. So these are both the same parity. These are opposite parity. So therefore, these two need to be the same parity, which is going to do some amount of damage to us, right? Because these two aren't the same parity if this is low or high. So this grid is not low or high. It would break the A cage if this grid was low or high. So this grid It's not low and it's not high. So this grid is the other even or odd of this one. And so this is the one that's the other one that's low or high. Okay, so this is, and I'm just going to center mark low, high over there. I'll corner mark it up here, low, high. And I'll corner mark this odd, even, and this odd, even. And that means I can simplify these now because I can't make this 2 anymore. I can't make this 3 anymore. And so I can't make that 3 anymore. So that's going to get rid of that. Can't make that 4 anymore. Likewise, I can't make this 6. Can't make that 7. Can't make that 8. And so... yeah, so this is either 1, 3, 7, 9 or 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, and so this is not 8 either. Okay, so this is 6 or 7. Okay, let's see. Okay, so here the difference is definitely 1 because of the fact that this is either all highs or all lows, so a difference of 2 would get me way out. So these are definitely both from the same middle digits as these. But of course it's the other set of digits because these are the other set of digits. So these are from 2, 3, 7, 8 for sure. These are the middly ones. So these are like funny ordered renbans. Let's see. B in row 4, column 9. Right. One of these is high, one of these is low. And this one's high, and therefore this one is low. So this is from 1, 2, 3, 4. And so this is from 6, 7, 8, 9, for what that's worth. Let's see. Okay. That felt like that was going to be more exciting than it ended up being. At least at first blush. In terms of A, we know these are both high. Oh, we know that this is low now, I think. Because we know these are both high. This is one high and one low. So these need to both be low. So this grid is the low one, actually. So I think we can do that. And then this grid is the high one. Okay. I was just looking to see if anything like lined up here. These are the same digit. I'm just looking at how these two grids interact to see if I know that like this cell definitely sees a 1 or a 2. I might need to color in X's and O's this grid. I'll do that real quick. I think I probably am going to need that piece of information. So if I look at those 3 cells, it's that one, that one, and that one. Unfortunately, those are the same 1-4s and the same 2-3s, so I can't say anything. Likewise, these just overlap completely. What about you? This 3-4, it ends up there, which would be there. No, that lines up. So that doesn't tell me anything right away. Yeah, I do know this is high for what it's worth. For lots of reasons. I mean, I suppose technically I know the whole grid is high. I know that actually this is just a 6 or a 9, and this is just a 6 or a 9 because, well, just like the length 3 red bonds, we need the middle digits. We need the 7 and the 8. So if this is a 6 or a 9, it sees both of those, which then makes this makes these two the same. If these two are different, then this one actually goes there, and this one goes here. I don't know if that's an instant problem. Let's see. I guess I should really fill in all of the cells over here. It'll probably make this easier to scan. Oh, I didn't actually even put the pink X over here. So these are 8, 9. These are 1, 2. Just so that when I'm scanning between grids, I have some idea what's going on. Yeah, I really want to know if these two are the same or not, but I have no idea how I'm going to decide that. If they are the same, then that's the other 7, 8 for sure. Let's see. Okay, we don't have a cage up here. Let's have these cages down here. Huh. What is the next thing for me to notice? I guess I know that this is one even and one... No. Wait, how does that work? Did we screw this up? No. Okay, this is one even and one odd. Right, and then this is 2 evens and 2 odds, or vice versa. Never mind. And then high and low wise, these are low, these are high, so this is a high and a low. Digits cannot repeat in a cage, I should probably pay attention to. So these digits can't be 1 or 4, at the very least. So the low digit here is a 2 or a 3. And that makes the high digit, I mean, just anything, I guess. But the low digit being a 2 or a 3 is kind of interesting, I suppose. So one of these 2 digits is 2, 3. Actually, that means... Oh, no, not necessarily. was going to say, does this have to be 2, 3? But I don't think it quite does. But just in terms of, if one of these is 2, 3, then one of these is 2, 3. B in row 4, column 9 can't be 1, 4. Are we sure this digit ends up in the A cage? Couldn't this digit be that digit? No, because that digit is that digit. I see, I see. So yeah, so this digit, where does it go in this row? The answer, if I look at it, is that, yeah, if I choose another color of circlage, I know those two are the same. And so this goes in one of these 3 cells, and none of those... Well, sorry. This goes in one of those 2 cells, and neither of those 2 cells can be 1, 4. So this is always a 2, 3. Let's see. Okay, that's something. That 2, 3. Yeah, I don't quite know what to make of that. I'm trying to like make that 2, 3 have anything to do with these 2, 3s over here, but I have not thus far succeeded at doing that anyway. But this other one could still be 1, 4, maybe. Tricky, tricky. Let's see. Like, we've got some interesting tension on this cell, at least. Or not quite on that cell. I guess on this cell. Hey, Michael, how are you doing? It's not the case that in every layer of every cell we need one of each. It's just the cages. So I don't know that, for example, this has to be high to make this set meet the requirements. But if this is 1, of course, that one is 4. If this is 2, do I learn anything? I'm not sure that I do. At least not. B in row 4, column 9 is yellow. Is it blue X in grid 1? And breaks. It's got to be one of the blue digits from grid 1, but I don't quite follow what you're looking at yet. Juan. If this is not yellow, then it's that purple and it's that purple, and then it's there. And your problem is that then it sees both of those. I see. So then it would see a 2-3 pair, which would break. So, yeah, so if this is purple, yeah, I agree. If this is purple, it ends up being in those places, and that's not allowed. So this is not purple, it's yellow. So that's purple. Okay, and so yellow is low, so that is helpful to finally know. 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3. Purple is high. Okay. Let's see. I know these two are the same. I might as well mark. And then I can, I guess, use that. So I know that is where that digit goes. So that digit is purple. Let's see. Is this somehow still unresolved? Yes, this definitely does tell me it's odd because now I've got two things from 1, 2, 3, so it needs to be 3 and 1. Right. Very good. Okay, so so this is a 3, and we can do a 3 dance. We'll bring up Zach. Boop boop ba-doop. Woo! Boop boop ba-doop. Wah! Boop boop ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop 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 ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that makes that a 1, which now makes that a 4. So we can make all of those 4s, all of those 1s. That's a 1. That's a 3. I guess I probably don't need to continue subcoloring 1s and 3s then. Okay, so that's, I agree. Progress, that's a digits. So now this is a 2. So now it's evens. Okay, and so that's going to fill in this whole grid. 8, 8, 8, 8. And we can get rid of the subcoloring on this grid. Oops. I want to leave open our subcoloring tools to subcolor other things. So we've got all of that. Okay, so this isn't a 6 anymore, at least. Oh, also this is, oh, right, this is highs, but we already knew that. Okay. Row 6, column 7 sees an 8. It does see an 8, I see. So it is 7. And so these are certainly 6 and 8. But this one sees 6, so it's 8. That's a 6, so that's a 9. So that's not a 9. So this is a 6 or a 9. Let's see, we've got 6, 9 there, 7, 8 there. And so these are 6 and 9 in that order. These are 7 and 8 in that order. Let's see. This 6 sees up and makes that not a 6. This Okay, yeah, none of the black circles are 6s. Oh, right, B. I forgot about B, right? B has 2 odds and 1 even, so it needs another even. So that is 8, 7, 6. Oops. 7, 8. So they ended up being the same. I don't know if there is any way to answer that sort of from first principles, but they did end up being the same. That was my thing I was very concerned about. This 2 here resolved this circle being 3 and x being 2. So we can go clean up this grid. Good. Okay. So let's see. A, if I look at, has 3 evens, so it needs an extra odd. Oh, right. This grid is odd. Sorry, I never actually marked that. Right, the 3 is now done because the 3 can't go here because of that 3. Thank you, João. And so now that is my purple X, which can't be 7 because of that. So purple X is 9. Purple circle is 7. We can do that. Okay, so this is now my yellow 1. Oh, I can get rid of these as well. This is my, purple 9. This is my yellow 1. This is my purple 9. There we go. That really sort of fell apart all at once, didn't it? It was sort of like build up, build up, build up, and then sort of before you knew it, we did like one thing, and then suddenly everything collapsed. I'd say for my taste, there was a little too much build up and not quite enough collapse. I'll leave the analogies to other things aside. But very nice idea. I like this idea a lot. In the sort of, I'm always a fan of sort of multi-grid puzzles that link things between the grids. Anyway, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to stretch my legs and find out if our boiler is broken, and I'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. Last time we did a intro to UBON puzzle, or an easier UBON puzzle by Woofer. I saw that he posted another one, so I figured we would do that as well. By the way, I again strongly recommend KNT is running an excellent UBON puzzle series at the moment over on the CTC Discord, which is just like the second best puzzle-related Discord, I'll say. All right, so this grid is, for the record, 7 by 7. And again, we have to draw if you've not seen these rules before, you have to draw a loop network into the grid with no dead ends. So something like, not that, no diagonal lines in this version. Something like that. That would be a valid loop network. And the clues outside the grid tell you how many of each of the 4 types of piece you can use to build such a network are used. So for example, in this column, there are no straight lines, which is a lie because I put one there. And there would be 5 corners, which there very much aren't. If there's no information given, there's just no information given. And so then you don't know. So like a 0 means 0, no clue means no information. Okay, so this is a very weird genre. By the way, I should mention you're explicitly allowed to have empty cells anywhere in the grid that you feel like. Okay, so this column already is under a decent amount of tension, and that's because of how corners work in UBON. Any corner you have in a column always is going to create a vertical line. That's just how it works. And in fact, actually, if you think about it, it's always the start of or end of a vertical line. So if I put another corner here, it would have to be like the end of this, or if I wanted, it could be the start of another vertical line, and then maybe this is a corner or something like that. And so basically, every corner starts or ends a vertical line. So that means that every vertical line has, or every corner starts at least one. So this 5 here means there's at least 3 vertical line segments in this column. And in fact, 3 is the maximum you could have. You can see we already actually have only 1 degree of freedom on where these line segments go and exactly what happens with them. Also, you might ask, okay, well, 5 is not a good number of ends to have to vertical segments because the number of starts and ends has got to be even. The other one is going to be one of these. That's the other thing that can start and end a vertical segment. There could be 2 of these, I don't know, but there's at least one T somewhere in this area. Okay, so we can also do some marking up over, oh, I'm sure we can-ish. Yeah, so, oh, maybe not actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, let's just ask ourselves, if I didn't have this in the loop network, could I possibly finish this clue? And the answer is no. If this cell is out of the loop network, then I can only fit a corner here, a corner here, a corner here, and a corner here, and then I can fit 2, but not 3 of these. So, I mean, this looks like a very unappealing deduction because I've deduced that this has to be in the loop network, and I know nothing about this row at all. But what can you do? Sadly, I can't even extend that far. I can probably extend it. No, I can't even extend it to there. Yeah, so that's just... that's that, but I can make the same deduction about this cell. And I see that Woofer thought I would do this and wanted to hurt me. And so therefore put no clues whatsoever in here either. Excellent, excellent. We can say similar things about this row, where this row only has 1 horizontal segment because it's got 1 beginning and 1 end. And the T, oh boy, I keep forgetting to actually like reinstall my thing that lets me do the thing. But then I could mark that I know that this T is vertical because it has to end a horizontal strip. Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, this is also blue. Right. Sorry. In my head, I was like, oh, yeah, if this is out, I can totally fit 3 things up here. But I was just grossly miscounting. If this is out, I can fit 2 things that aren't corners in the column. So, yeah, so these are also blue. Okay. This piece, actually, that 0 gives me my first deduction in the puzzle. This piece, whatever it is not a straight line side to side. And so whatever it is, it definitely extends upward. And so we get that. And so if you think about it, actually, the only things this can really be are a corner and a 3-way. And so sometimes, and I think this is fairly common, I'll denote this as these are 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s, so I can use center marks. What I really wish I had done is to make these 1s, these 2s, horizontal and verticals, 3s and 4s, and this 5. But sadly, my brain is probably too far gone to make that transition at this point, I'm afraid. I'm trying to decide if I can get anything out of the fact that I have to squeeze 2 lines into here. I don't think it's going to be exceptionally difficult to squeeze 2 lines into these 4 spaces, though, with what we currently know, at least. Okay, now, if this extended up 1 more, that would be fantastic, because it would dictate the entire nature of this column. I don't know that we're going to be so lucky, but let's examine what this can be. And I think the answer is it can be literally anything. As far as I am able to tell at the moment. I do know... Actually, do I know that this always goes right? I don't even think I know that. Oh, I think I do, actually, because I know this either goes left or right, because it's not a straight line. And if it goes left, it has to also go right, because this can't only go left, because if it does, then my... Oh, no, crap. Sorry, I'm wrong. I could just have, like, a thing and a T or whatever right away and just be done with it. Which is a real shame. I almost can say this has to go right. Are you excited by that? I think you should be very excited by that. Okay. Like, I think there's a pretty good chance that this ends up being a 4-way intersection, but I don't know yet. Let's see. There's only one clue about 4-way intersections in this puzzle, and we don't know a whole lot about what happens with them. Yeah, this column we don't know a whole lot about. Unfortunately, I can still, like... There's nothing I can take out of this column presently, I don't think, that would break my ability to put these in here. If this goes only left, then I could fit, like, a straight line here, and then I could still fit a straight line and a T over here. So it's okay if this goes only left, only just. And if this goes only right, then I can just shoehorn all of those things in there. This 5 is very interesting to me. I don't quite know what to make of it. So I know at least one of these, I guess, if you think about it. I have at least 3 cells in this column that extend to the right because the 2 corners have to extend to the right and the T extends to the right. And so because there's 5 straight lines in there, one of these straight lines at least has to be next to a cell that extends to the right. And so at least one of these lines is horizontal. I know that is a what we call technically a weak sauce deduction, but at least one line at least one of the lines is horizontal. I don't think I know a lot about where that is or anything like that yet. I do know now, I think this cell can't be gray, at least, in this column. Because if I make this cell gray, I have a maximum of 2 vertical segments. And I think there's going to be other cells now where that's true. If this cell is gray... Oh, I think this was already true before. I don't think it really has anything to do with anything. But this cell's not gray, because if this cell were gray, I would again have a maximum of the wrong number of vertical segments. This could be gray, though, and that could be gray, but it would be very forcing if it were the case. Let's see, is there... Okay, so this cell is interesting now, because this cell is not a straight, and it's in a row with 5 straights. So this does not only extend up and down, and so I think if you think about it, I think this is going to be quite interesting. So I now know all but one of these cells is straight. Let's see. And Isabella says, if all 4 of these are straight, then we can't put the straights in into row 1. That's right. So yeah. So if all of these are straight, if every single one is straight, well, then this one's vertical, and that sort of cascades. So all of these are vertical. And therefore, none of those cells could be straight. That can never be straight. You could only fit one of the straights here. So actually, it's these 2 together. Those dictate that because I can't make all 4 of these straight, I have to make both of these straight, and I therefore know what they look like, which is that they look like that. By the way, my coloring here is, one might say, overwrought. But what I'm keeping track of here is cells I know are definitely in the network. Of course, I don't know any yet, but cells that are definitely not in the network, I will also mark. But then cells that I know have no additional connections versus cells that don't, which cells that might have different connections. Yeah, I've used different versions. I like having some sort of like grayish color. For the longest time, Isabella, I used the gray that came with Sudoku Pad, and only after doing many puzzles did I realize that no one in chat could actually see the color of gray that I was using. It was just completely invisible, and hence there were issues. Okay. So now this needs to connect right, because if this cell doesn't connect right, it is a straight. So we can draw in that connection, at the very least. I see that as what João was saying. I was all excited because I saw this, and I was like, and then I'm going to get to do João's point too. But unfortunately, João's point was also that. Okay, so if this isn't a corner, then everything else in this column is a corner. Oh, actually, sorry. Let me just do it this way. This column's vertical segments are forced. This is a thing I learned recently from KNT's series. This this column needs 3 vertical segments. They just now have to be this. That's a much better way of thinking about that than the way I used to think about that. And so let us fill those in. Okay. Oh, no. Wrong column. I mentally applied this clue to this column, which was very helpful. I would just like to say it was very helpful. However, it did have some issues, namely with the being true part. It did not work out well. But other than that, it was very useful. It was going to be very difficult to fulfill the actual clue in the column that way, though. I will say that much. Okay. Okay. So now, Joan's point is, if I ask where straights can be in this row, they can only be in these 4 cells. Sorry, only be in these 3 cells. And so if you look at it, that means this one definitely, this cell here needs to be in, because if it's out, I can't make either of those a straight. So 2 of these 3 are straight. Unfortunately, I don't think that quite forces any segments. Oh, no, it does. It does. This is because either if this cell isn't straight, then these both are straight, and that forces that segment and that segment. So, in fact, actually, we get this whole piece guaranteed. Okay. Right. So Isabella's point here is, basically in this column, that cell's not straight. I only get one more not straight in the column. And so Isabella's point is, what if this is that one more not straight? Well, then I need to make all of these straight, which means I just basically keep going with this line here. But that causes a problem in column 1, because if I make all of these just downward pointing straights up to here, then I force these to be downward pointing straights because I know they're in the network. But that's a problem because it breaks this. Or if you want, you can think back to this of, I know there's one horizontal thing in this column. It's what I proved earlier. And basically that proof is sort of a different phrasing of Isabella's argument. And so therefore this is a straight. And then we can fill in our little corner over here. Like that. So we've got one of our straights in now. This cell can annoyingly just barely be straight. Let's see. This can be straight, but if it is, then the next one can't be. Is, I think, the upshot of this. Is the same argument actually true here, that in the I can't make these 3 cells all straight Yeah, because if I make all three of these cells straight, so Isabella's argument works over here as well. If I make all three of these straight, that forces 3 straights into row 1, whereas row 1 only is supposed to have 2 straights. And so I can't make all 3 of these straight, but I need 3 more straights, so therefore I need this one to be straight. And so we can fill in, oops, those. Row 10, column 5. If this is an upward pointing straight, then all of these now extend. Oh, it needs to be straight. Oh, column 6. Okay, so Isabella's point is if this is not a straight, then we need all of the rest of these to be straights, and that still forces too many straights into column 1. So this is indeed a horizontal straight. Oops. Like that. What about this one? If this isn't, then we just need both of those to be straight, but that still forces too many straights into column 1, I think. But I think that was the last one that we can apply that argument to. Because if this isn't straight, then this is, and that only forces 2 straights into this column. Okay, let's see. There are supposed to be 4 total straights here. So yeah, one of these 2 is straight, basically, is the upshot. Which I guess means this cell's always in, at least. Because either this goes straight down, or this goes straight over like that. I do have to be a little bit careful now with getting my 4 things over here. It's not like it's not completely crazy or anything, but I have to be mindful of it. I again was starting to ask myself where the 5 corners in this column go, but I caught myself this time, thankfully. Row 10 now seems to force row 11, column 7 to be a 3. Row 10. Let's see. What's going on with row 10? Row 10 has 1 horizontal segment. Row 10 can only have 1 more straight. I agree. Okay. If this is not straight, then I'm obligated to make these 2 both straight. And that doesn't work, because if I make these 2 both straight, basically, I guess maybe for me it's easier the other way. These 2 can't both be straight, because if these 2 are both straight, then neither of these is a straight line, and that one's not a straight line by clue, so that puts a maximum of 1 straight line there. So these aren't both straight, and if these aren't both straight, then this one is. 6 of one, half dozen of the other, as far as preferences go. But that for me, the reverse is slightly easier. Okay, this doesn't go only left because it's not a straight, so it always comes down regardless of what else happens. This is in for what it's worth. Okay, one of these is a T for sure. Let's see. I'm not quite following what Emma is saying. I do know I have one horizontal T in this column somewhere. Row 11 needs to get out okay, let's see. Let's do the 4 in this column is getting a little restricted. Can row 5, column 9 be a T? Let's see. If it is, then this is a straight. And then I can't get my second straight here. Right. Okay, yeah, that is very nice, right? One of these two is straight, and the other one is a T. One of these two is straight. However, whichever one of these is straight, well, sorry, if this one is straight, then the other straight is above it. If this one is straight, yeah. So basically, whichever of these two is straight, it always makes this cell straight. So if this one is the one that's straight, it goes straight over and forces that to be straight. If this is the one that's straight, then it makes that a T, which makes this one straight. So you could make that a sort of a argument that Tristan would love by phrasing it that way. Okay. So we've got our two straights now. Which is very nice. Okay, so this is not a 4-way anymore. So now the 4-way is in one of these 3 spots. Although this being a 4-way is going to be really complicated. Slash probably impossible if you think about it hard enough. Let's see. AFK is looking at row 9 straights. We need 4 of them. That can't be one of them, so we know this goes up or down. And so it's 3 of these 4 need to be straight. Annoyingly, I think this can really be a straight. Which is quite upsetting. I do know one of these two is the last straight for column 1, because column 1 needs another straight, and whichever one it is, this connection happens. So we can at least fill that in. I don't know that it does anything, but we can fill it in. Okay, and one of these two is straight. Do we get exactly the same pattern we got over there? I think we get the same pattern again, because if this one is straight, it definitely makes that one straight. And if this one is straight, it definitely makes that one straight. So by the same argument that Joel found before, this is in fact straight. Over here, Which again feels like the sort of thing that should be really useful. Uh, Somehow it's not helping immediately in the way that I feel like it should, but I'll take it. And I agree, it's very cool. Uh, uh, Row 8, column 5. Ah, right. This one always goes right because we finished our story about straight lines. Okay, and so either this continues or this continues and this continues. Okay, well, this one isn't the T, because in fact, actually, yeah, this one's not the T. This is always a turn for what it's worth, because whichever way it goes, it makes a T, and there's only one T. Oh yeah, we should absolutely orange the column 5 clue. Thank you. Yeah, so we know it's one of these two is the T. I wonder if we're going to get to use connectedness. You so rarely get to use connectedness in UBON that I basically always forget when I go over the rules of UBON that connectedness is a rule, because most UBON puzzles are unique without it. Let's see. Yeah, we've got very close here. Let's see. And this either connects up or connects down, or both. Yeah, this let's see. AFK says this always extends right. Can I not only do that and then have this be the one that extends? I'm not sure I see why this always extends right. Row 10 only has one corner. Yeah. So either this extends up or this extends up. If this extends up, it does force the whole business with the column. In terms of the vertical strips in the column. It is worth remarking upon this column I now know has a horizontal T, so the other T in this column is horizontal as well in order to make the vertical strips work. So there's no... So in other words, this isn't a T. This is always a 1 or 2. I don't know that that really is worth remarking upon in a huge way, but it is something. Okay. So 1 T here. Let's see. Definitely something going on in row 11. I know Emma saw something before that I couldn't quite follow with row 11. Let's see. This four-way intersection that I have to put in this column somewhere. If I put it here, if I make this a four-way intersection, is it easy to see that the world is over? Because it would certainly make this extend all the way over to here. Which would make this a four-way intersection and this a four-way intersection, I think. Let's see. 1, 4. I have no idea how many corners there are, but the 4 straights here have to be... yeah, can I do anything with the fact that 3 of these 4 have to be straight? Let's see. If any one of these is out, then the straights are all vertical. Is that a problem? Let's see. Isabella says OMG. That's usually a good sign. Oh, is the point that there's also a T in here and we don't know where it is yet, but it's going to have to be here? Something like that. See, this screws up the corners in column 11. Hey, Doombiat, how are you doing? I see you have also been enjoying KNT's Ubon series over on CTC. Oh no, we use the opposite coloring scheme? Oh no. I think I just took my coloring scheme from Woofer's Guide, but I could be wrong. Oh, row 11, column 11 is for the row clues. Oh, is there a parity problem if this is, yeah, I do appreciate KNT's explanation. I can say I've done a lot of KNT Ubons, and KNT does not tend to use that, but it is something that is a deduction that shows up here and there. Let's see. If this is in, then everything is in, and then the question is, how does it work? Because I know this number is even. Right, that's the problem. I have not yet understood your point, but I thought Joan's point was going to be easier, and it was, which is that I know this number is a 0, and I know this number is even. Oh, wait, so I need either both of these to be in or both of them to be out is basically the point? Sorry, I thought this was a easier point than it turned out to be. So basically, yeah, I think These two are either both in or both out, is I think what has happened. Okay, let's look at Isabella's statement again. So if row 9, column 7 is the end of a horizontal segment, it can't be a vertical T because it breaks column 7. Right, because then we'd have too few vertical segments in column 7. And it can't be a corner because it doesn't leave space for the T. Because I would have to have a T somewhere in this row along with 3 straights. I guess basically in the hypothetical world, let me try and rephrase Isabella's point. In the hypothetical world where this connection is not made, 3 of these are straights. That means one of these two is a straight. That means all the straights are vertical. And the last cell, if it's in, would be a 4th straight, so it would be out and not a T, right? So then you don't get it. So basically, so this connection's always made. That makes sense. Okay, and now this is not a straight line ever because this has no more straight lines. And so this is a T or a 4-way. Yeah, the lines forcing lines next to them is a deduction that shows up a lot in my experience. And I think my argument was in spirit correct, but I think it was slightly more case checky than I made it out to be. Oh, if this is a 4, right, this absolutely can't be a 4, because if this is a 4, then we now end up with not enough room to fit 3 vertical strips. So this is, in fact, the 3-way. And we now are in... And this is a horizontal 3-way. And there's only room for one horizontal 3-way. So this is no longer a 3-way, is the point. Because we know there's an odd number of horizontal 3-ways in order to make the number of segments in the column an integer. And so the odd number is 1 because there wasn't room for more. So now this is a real corner. And so now this is a real corner as well. And in fact, actually, I need, if you look at it, I need 2 more none corners in the row. So now this row is at least mostly forced. Yeah, one of these is a T and one of them is a straight. If this is the straight, something really bizarre happens, I guess. Yeah, I guess this is bizarre either way, because these can't both be straight, which means that we need at least one of these things to be in. Which is going to create... that's a good point, is that in this row, we now know that there are 5 cells that are definitely in. However, we know there's only 4 none 4-ways. So this is certainly 1, 2, or 3. And actually, there's at least 2 4-ways because these can't be straight, or they can't both be straight. One of them... one of them turns. I guess this one could turn this way, maybe? I don't know. I suspect it's actually even more than one four-way, is the short version. Corners. Okay, we've got our three straights over here. One of these is a T. Oh, right. The easy way to see it is that row 11 has a T, and so whichever of these cells gets hit will mean we'll have at least two four-ways in this row. Okay, and if I look at the cells that can be four-ways, and I know there's at least two of them, it's these. Does that mean this cell's always in? Yeah, because if this cell's out, I can't fit my two four-ways, right? If this cell is out, then this cell can't be a four-way either, and now I can only fit one of them. So this cell's always in, at the very least. And these can't both be crosses, right? Because if these are both crosses, those are both T's, and that violates the row clue. So if I need at least two crosses, it's always the case that one of these is a cross, and whichever one it is, it always connects those two, is what Isabella's saying. However, we know this is not a horizontal 3, because as noted, there's only one horizontal 3 in the row, and it's this one. Sorry, in the column. And so now this is done. This is my one true four-way. Column 7. Right, now column 7, now we finally know the vertical strips in column 7. So we know that, and we also know that all of these are corners, just for the record. So that means these two, for example, we immediately know are done, which then finishes this one. These are both corners. Oh, I guess they could both go this way as long as this also extends down. Okay. Still got all of our straights hanging around in this row. Okay, well, I guess one observation here is that whichever of these things is a four-way... Oh, I was going to say whichever one of these things is a four-way, the thing above it isn't a straight. That's not quite true. But I think if this isn't a straight, we run into problems. Because if this isn't a straight, these three are straights. And now where am I putting a four-way? I'm not. So phrasing it the correct way, I think this has to be a straight. Let me know if you disagree. But that tells me now these two have to be corners. Because of that clue, which is now done. Let's see. Doomdiat says, row 8, column 6 always extends right regardless of where the straight goes in the column. AFK made the same claim earlier. I don't think I understand why, though. Why can't it just be this and then that goes down there? Row 10, column 11 is green. Is that true? Or could this be the 1T for the row? If this is the 1T for the row, then this whole row is in. And that probably means there's a bajillion D million D four ways, right? I guess one of these two would be the straight, right? One of these two is a straight regardless. So I think it would be okay. Row 9, column 5, going down. Ah, yeah, that's right. So yeah, these things, basically this loop can't escape through this double turn is the point that Isabella is making. Or sorry, that Joel is making. Sorry, I was looking back trying to see, like, did Isabella delete the message? But no, it's just because I misread it. It's from Joel. That yeah, these can't get out through here. So connectedness actually forces this, which then makes that my one corner for the row. So now, oh, Isabella's not convinced that's true? So if this goes down, then keep in mind this we know is a 1. So how are these getting out? Oh, it can if one of these is a T, right? If this exactly would have to be a T, right? Yeah, so if the what people are saying is that would work. That is very unfortunate because I really liked the point. Uh uh I know, very mean. This cell is now definitely not a 4-way, right? Because if this is a 4-way, I break too many ways of making straights in this row. Because if it's a 4-way, it's not a straight, and the thing next to it's not a straight. Also, for what it's worth, this cell's definitely in, or it breaks too many ways to make straights. So this is in, but it's not a 4-way. I do know one of these 3 is a 3-way. I still can remind myself occasionally. Oh, not 3 by row clue, right? I just never oranged it. I was like, I still need to fit in a 3-way. No, I do not still need to fit in a 3-way. We fit in the 3-way. So yeah, I guess one version is like the double straight like this. One version is a double straight like this, and one version is a straight there and a straight here. Yes, I think it's your Yajalin, right? Right, Tristan? It was very nice for explaining. Speaking of explaining loop genres, I need you to teach me all of your mass use secrets. By the way, you're the one I think of as the like mass use expert. I am very bad at mass use. Okay, so is this not able to be a cross? Or does it not matter if it is a cross and we still need one of those to be a cross anyway? Right. Okay. Yeah, that's the point. Is if this is in, then we need 3 crosses. Right. You're right. Okay. Yeah. So, yes, that's the way to argue this, is that this is 6 cells that are in. We only get 4 cells that aren't crosses. So 2 of them need to be crosses. Well, one of them's already a cross. Those definitely aren't crosses. So therefore, one of these 2 is a cross, which means that we always get that connection. And there's no horizontal T's in this row. That T needs to be vertical. So this always connects up. Oops. Finishing it. Yes, that is very nice. Okay, and so, yeah, so... and so now that cell's not straight. Right, good, okay. Scanning UBON when I do them by myself always takes forever, because it's always like, now what did that change? And then cue the Jeopardy theme music playing for 5 minutes before I go, oh yes, that now can't be a that. Okay, so we've got that. This is not able to be a T, so it's done. So now, I guess I don't know anything about that, do I? This column needs to have a 4-way in it somewhere and a T in it somewhere. Conveniently, if this is a 4-way, this is a T, I guess. Okay, well, now there are 3 crosses down here. Because we now do know everything is in. And so if there are 3 crosses, I now know one of these 2 is a cross, so I know they connect. And now that I know they connect, I look at this cell and I say it can't be a T because the T in this row doesn't go that way. So this goes down. Okay, and so the thing I just said happens. Both of these got taken care of all at once. And so this is only a 1 or a 2. Now that was the only... I don't know why I filled in a 0 here. Oh, it was so as I was going to fill in the 2 or 4 here, I see. Anyway, so now this is a straight line. That's the short version. Okay, and so now those are done. If these connect, that's 2 T's, so they don't. And so now that's my corner and both my lines. And so now this 1 needs to be filled and can only be filled by this. Okay, so now I think we can do the thing with the 1s of, if this continues this way, we break the wiggle worm. Because if this continues this way, then this continues that way, and then we really do isolate the network. So this has to come down. But now this is a straight, because the column needed 1 more straight. Oh, by the way, this is now a thing. So this piece now needs to connect, which it can only do that way. And now this needs to come out here. I do think that UBON is particularly ripe for hybridizing. Hybridizing? There we go. That sounds more like a real word. Because of the fact that UBON itself uses so little connectedness. And it feels to me like connectedness is sort of central to puzzles in a way. And so like any sort of hybrid you do gives you that connectedness to apply. Woofer and Jacob have certainly done a decent amount of this. Column 10 has straights. Oh, column 10 has its straights. They're done, yes. I will say UBON is actually a lot like, I know AFK, I tried to convince you, and I think I successfully convinced you that setting JSUMs is is actually like way nicer than it would seem. Uh-oh. Yeah, sorry, yeah, oops. Not that far back. Only to where I said that, right? This one needs corners, and it doesn't have corners yet. And it needs T's, but it doesn't have T's yet. Assuredly, Agent has at one point set a Ubon castle wall. But I would say Ubon doesn't actually break as much as you might guess that it does. Because the clues tell you so little without any extra stuff. Okay, so this can't be a T. So it's either straight or it isn't. Yeah, the convincing yourself something is true when it isn't, that will happen. I think the only puzzle I've ever like quote unquote published, I just put it in the zetamath Discord, but I think the only puzzle that I've like shared publicly that was not unique was a Ubon. Because I convinced myself of something that was not true, which is incredibly easy. Okay, let's see. Assuredly, one of these things breaks. Uh, uh, so just gonna. Oh no, this can't be a four-way. Can this be out? I guess I can mark that these are always 1-2s. Uh, uh, if it's in, it's a straight. Uh, let's see. If this is straight, Emma says something breaks if we look a little bit. Hey, Matt Pesto, how are you doing? What's wrong with that corner? Oh, right, it does isolate the loop, right. That is true. Oh, no, it doesn't, because this could be a four-way. Right, this is still allowed to be a four-way. Yeah, yep. Dang crosses have gotten us so many times in this puzzle. I mean, I guess we could just do the math here on how many of each of these things there are, right? Because we've got 4 of these, and so these we've got 0, 1, 2, 3. But the total adds to 3 because everything is in. We already know there's at least 2 straights, I guess. Oops. So this is 2 or 3. This is 0 or 1. Yes. This being a horizontal T, that definitely breaks. I agree about that. So this, this is, oh, sorry. This does not only grow that way. And there's just no 3 that can work because the other 3 in this row is horizontal. It's not a 2, by the way. So this is either a corner. So this either extends both ways or neither ways, is the conclusion. And so now this is the T, right? So now this is a horizontal T, so it always extends that way. It is a 3. Uh, 7 column 9 is 1 or 2. Right, those are the only things left in the column, right? This is in... I guess this doesn't always have to connect this way, because this could connect via this becoming a cross, right? Oh, no, it can't. Okay, so I think if this goes down, I think it breaks. Because now... oh, that can be a T. Oh, Lord. Maybe I have learned why they don't usually put connectedness in these puzzles. Hey, Nell, how are you? I hope you have been well. Uh, let's see. Row 8, column 9 being straight. Oh, does this break? Oh, yeah, it strands this loop end. It forces a dead end. Because if these two connect, now this doesn't have anywhere to connect. Not seeing the notice in Puzzle Plus. Oh, yeah, sorry. We had a contractor coming to look at our air conditioning, and they showed up right at stream time. So our stream time routine went all kinds of different directions, because they're like, "We'll come sometime in the next week and a half or whatever," and then they of course showed up 10 minutes before stream time. Uh, anyway, yeah, it forces a loop end if we do that. So it doesn't do that. So this is in fact always a corner, which means it doesn't connect that way. Uh, 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 row 7, column 10. Uh, row 7, column 9. Can't we make a... If this is a... Oh, if this is a 1... Ah, yeah, if this is a 1, it doesn't work. Right. If this is a 1, this comes up here, but now this goes down here, and now that whole chunk is there. Okay. Several people were explaining that to me, so I had to draw it in to explain it, because it was sort of not... It was not completely clear to me that it worked that way, but it does indeed work that way. Oh, let me... let's see. Emma says row 7, column 8 always connects to the right. Right, because if it doesn't... oh, sorry. Row 7, column 8 always connects to the right. Because if it doesn't, then we end up isolating that way. So basically, Emma's looking at it from this point of view instead. So looking at, oh, if these connect, then we've now isolated this piece down here. Okay. Yeah, row 6, column 9 now just is a straight. So those are both done. And so now this 3 turns this into a 4. And now this corner is done. And so now this cell is out because it doesn't have 2 directions it can go. And there we go. One gray cell right in the middle. Also, I have to say, if this was your city's transit network, I don't think you'd be very happy using the public transportation in your city, because I feel like you'd have to go a really lot thing. Yeah, I love the last cell being the only gray one and right in the center is very nice. Very cool puzzle. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I will see you all in just a moment. Hello. Completely uncharacteristically for me, we're going to do a puzzle with a bunch of different colors of line in it. This is by the way, I think this is the first puzzle we have done by Physics from Funen. So I am excited to do this. Sorry, let me get you a link. I don't think Tristan is quite there yet. There we go. Woohoo! So our air conditioning has been fixed, which would be more exciting if they had not found something else wrong at the same time. I think I have a digit, by the way. Okay, so we have German whispers, so the digits need to differ by at least 5. So I have a suspicion that this is going to be a 5, but I'm not sure. We have Renbans, which need to contain a set of non-repeating digits. We have non-repeating digits that form a consecutive set. We have our gUBBLOR line, the region sum line. Funnily enough, my puzzle I just published that ended up being a modular zipper puzzle, it started its life as a region sum line and tropic line puzzle. But my region sum line didn't add the digits I wanted it to add. Is this a palindrome? A palindrome. How quaint. It's like whenever there's a palindrome in a puzzle, it makes it feel retro. Like, oh, this is like palindromes like really were done by the time I started doing puzzles like 5 years ago or something, whenever that was. So like they feel like, but they are supported in F puzzles. So every once in a while people find things to do with them. We have a parity line. So things need to alternate. And then we have our entropic line. Okay, so let's start with our given digit of 5, because I used a lot of night puzzles. I suppose that's true. You can't be 5 different from 5, so we'll bring out Zach for the 5 dance. He charges extra for this one, so enjoy it. Boop boop ba-doop. Woo. Boop boop ba-doop. Wah. Boop boop ba-doop. Wee. Ba-doop boo-doop 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 boo-doop. Wah. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Doomdiot says there's a palindrome, so it must have set. I would never rule anything out, but I don't completely believe that this is going to be a set puzzle, but who knows? Okay, so I think we get our usual way to fill in a length 8 German whisper. That the 4 6s only go next to one thing, so then the 3, which is the 1 9s, this is also a 1 9, by the way. Let's see, this number's odd, and it's not 5, so it's 1 3 7 or 9. It's going to be hard to fit a 9 into a 4-cell 13 cage. 7 with 1 2 3 doesn't work either, actually. So first of all, these two have to be odd, because if these aren't odd, then my 13 cage sums to an even number, because I need to have an odd number of odds. So let's go ahead and fill these in as being the odds. So these are the evens. 2 4 6 8. We'll un5 this. I still can't put a 9 in, even if I put it over here. The 3 odds I add together add to a bare minimum of 9. So this can't be a 6 or 8, because 1 3 5 is already, if you think about it, boobada. 1 3 5 is already. I'll figure out the words eventually. Just bear with me. 1 3 5 is already 9. There we go. That is what I was trying to say. Is 1 3 7 already too big? 1 3 7 is already too big. No, sorry. 1 3 7 and 2 would work. Okay. Okay. So we end up with that at the very least going on. Now, I know this 27 cage people were captivated by because it can't have any numbers in it that are too small. And also, I guess I know this number is at least as big as 9. Oh, there's an 11 cage here. We won't talk about that. I do agree with João, by the way. João pulling me back towards the thing that no one wanted me to look at. If I don't put a 1 in here, it's way too big. And if I don't put a 3 in here, it's way too big. So there is a 1 and a 3 here. Thank you, João, for encouraging my worst impulses. Let's see. So we've got a 9 in one of these two. We've got a 5 in one of those two for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Should I color this? I probably should. Just so that I can look at that. Okay, so if yellow is high, and yellow does seem like the highest color if you had to pick, that would be a yellow triple across the bottom. Just saying. Oh, did I not color this goodly? Yellow, green, purple, yellow, green, purple. Oh, how about this? Yellow, green. I don't know how I screwed that up, but whatever. Okay, these numbers are at most 6. Okay. One of the ways of all time to color box 9, absolutely. Okay, so now the absolute maximum here that these can be is 9 plus 5 plus 6, which is 20. Which means this number here is at least 7. So it's 7, 8, or 9, but it's not 8 by the row. So this is only a 7 or a 9. Oh, but actually, let's see, can this be a 7? 7 plus 9 plus 5 plus 6 is 16 plus 11 is 28. That sounds like enough. Oh, but these aren't 2, I'm going to note just for that. Anyway, assuredly this number, though, oh, this number is going to have to be 9, isn't it? Because if this is an 8, then now suddenly these cap out at 4, 5. So I think if this is an 8, I think I lose like 85 degrees of freedom or something. Because if this is an 8, now these cap out at 4, 5. Now we're at 17, and we need this number to be at least a 10. So no, this is a 9, which makes that a 7. And now if you look at it, I now have those two add to 16, so these two need to add to 11. So I do think they are 5, 6, which makes these not from 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that is 27. I can confirm. That gives me a quadruple in the row. So if you look at that, that's nice. That's nice. Oh, also that 7 has seen over here. Okay, so 7 is the one that goes next to 1, I think. 4 is the one that goes there. 3 is the one that goes next to, is it 2? No, 3 is the one that goes next to 8. Okay, let's see, there's a 1. Somehow I filled in a 9 there, so that's a 1. Okay, so neither of these is a 1. Well, this can't be a 2-3 pair. If this is a 2-3 pair, this sums to like a bajillion, so that's a 1. I can spend my way into this box and get that that is a 1. I know that one of those is a 5. I can color my 2 3s a little bit, I guess. Oh, I guess I should color them with I should catch up the 2 3s, right? So this one is definitely Soikle. Okay, and so these aren't 2 3 5, so these aren't 2 3 5 or something like that. Oh, I guess there's a 2 3 5 quad here as well. Oh, this is a 2 3 pair, so that's a 5. How about that? I found that 2 3 pair in the most convoluted imaginable way, but we got there. Okay. So, oh, we have some svenning going on down here. Like that this digit has just become a 4 by magic. And if that digit's a 4, now I don't think we can have a 7 anymore because the other digits need to sum to 9, and so they can just be 1, 3, 5. And that has to be the 5 out of the 1, 3, 5, which makes that a 7 and a 9. These are not 4. That's not 2. I promise I'll get to AFK's point eventually about the palindrome or something. I know AFK said it a bit ago, but I keep getting distracted by other things. Okay. Okay, so there's our 1-3 pair. Okay, so maybe I should look at these in the palindrome. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so these are certainly from 2, 4, 7. Oh, but they're not 7, so these aren't 7 either. So that is 7. Oh, was your point about this digit and this digit living in the 11 cage? Because that's a very good point. These digits live in the 11 cage in box 5, and so 4 doesn't live in the 11 cage in box 5. So therefore, that's a 2, and that's a 4. And these are a 1, 2, or 3. However, if you examine carefully, you'll find that the 1, 2, 3 is in fact a 1. Okay, so yeah, this lives in the 13 cage. One of these is a 2. Oh, this one could be 5. Sorry, this could be 5. I don't know why not 5. Not for any good reason, that's for sure. Okay, let's see. What's left in this box? Oh, 1 in box 4 is placed by Sudoku is the answer. Was that Joel's point? I hear mention there was a Joel's point. By row 8, purple is not middle and it's not low. So by row 8, purple is an 8-9 pair, and that's a 7. Very nice. So one of these is a 7, and it's the one that it can be by Sudoku and not the one that it can't be by Sudoku. Imagine that. Oh, I'm being told that box 9 has a 1 in it somewhere. It is yellow or green. Do I know which? Oh, yes, I do if I look closely at the 1. This is very nice. I agree. Yeah, 1 is here. So these are... So that's a 3. That's a 1. These are a 2-3 pair. I don't know which is which. These are a 4, 5, 6. I know that one's not a 4, is what I seem to know. Let's see. There's a 5, 6 over there. Let's see. Should I ask myself what I know about these digits? Let's see. They seem to see 1, 7, 2, 4, and 5. That seems to be the totality of what they see in both places, though. I think they can still be 3, 6, or 8, 9, sadly. I'm being told that box 5 has a 7 in it, and if that's true, that 7 must be there. Let's see. Okay, so now there's a 7 in this box, which is one of those places. And there's a 7 in this box, which is in one of those places. Oh, I have a hidden octopus somewhere. Oh, it's this digit. What is this octopus? 1, 2, 3, 4. This seems to be not a 5, a 6. It seems to be a 6. Oh, we can continue the ketchuping in box 9. I am being informed. So now this cell sees 2 and 3, so it's an 8 or a 9. The way that works is that circle and X are a 2-3 pair, and so this cell can't be 2 or 3 because it would break. This one sees a flat old regular 2-3 boring pair in the column, so it's not that either. So we've got that. Let's see. So that 8, 9, and that 8, 9. So this is so this is a 6 because of that. And this is now an octopus of its very own. So that is a 3. These are a 5 and a 6 in that order. Box 4 wanted a 5, but it got one before I saw the message. Apologies. This row also wants a 5. Oh, sorry, these are not 6, so therefore that's a 6 while we're doing things that aren't things. And that 8, 9 pair says that's a 2 while we're doing things that aren't things. And now that 2 sorts out the 3 and the 2 over here, and so now we can propagate that X's are 2s and circles are 3s. I apologize to Casey for the fact that green worked out to be 1, 2, 3. I'll just say it's because I saw that the green was going to be a 2, and I was doing a modular puzzle where 2 and 5 were the same. So sadly, I messed it up. 2, 3, 4. This is a 5, which gives me the 6 and the 5. Oh, I could have also done math with the region sum line, but that seemed excessive. So that's a 4 and a 5. Let's see, what's left in this row? Oh, one of them's a 3. Seems good. Let's see. 3, 8. What about this column? Maybe I wanted to spend this column. Oh, sorry, not spend the column. I wanted to mark the column. It was maybe not as good as I had hoped. Fives in box 2 and 3. Yes, there's a 5 there. And now there's a 5 there. I agree. Now these are just a pair of... One of them's a 4, and the other seems to be a 9. In some order. This 4, 9 is down in one of these 2 cells, which you'd think would tell me what it was, but it seems not to, despite my best efforts. Let's see. Hidden 2, 6 pair in box 6. Is it about what these 2 are? Okay, so these could be 2, 3, not 4, not 5, 6, not 7, 8, not 9. What about these? That is a 4, 8 pair, which tells me that I have missed that 6 can just be placed here by Sudoku. And this is the other 8, 9. And so that's a 4, 8, 9 triple, removing 8 from both of those, making this a 2, 3, or 6 that's not a 3. And so one of these 2 is a 3. For what it is worth. Row 1, I'm being told in the solved grid, contains a 9. The 9 doesn't go there, so the 9 is here. Very good. So that's an 8 and a 9, and I should remember to do the palindrome because I will tell you I have a bad habit of finishing all the digits on a palindrome and then not percolating them. Okay, this is probably something. This is an 8. This is a 6. It's an 8. That's a 2. That's a 4. Very nice. I really enjoyed that. That was a very cute synthesis of a bunch of neat ideas put together. Very nice, and very nice aesthetic as well. Let's see. What else do we have? I'm going to pull something up, but I have to scroll through. I came here to chew gum and finish all the digits on the palindrome, but I still have plenty of gum left, indeed. Let's see. Let's do... Sure, we can handle a little bit of struggle. Let's try and do this killer diagonal puzzle by Ictus. So I think this one is going to be a bit on the tricky side. I fear. So if you've not seen the X's before, we need to also have a set of the digits from 1 to 9 on the diagonals as well as other places. This series, it's usually not set, but it could be set. But I've done many puzzles in this series, and I don't think any of the previous ones have been set. I know that these cells sum to 16. Is anyone excited by that? Let's see. I'm going to horribly regret picking this if it turns out that this is weird diagonal set. So weirdly, I can figure out by adding all of these numbers together, I can figure out the sum of all of these numbers, which will give me the sum of almost, but not quite, the set of digits in box 5. So let's see. Okay, so does anyone have a calculator to double check my math on this? Let's see. So 37 plus 42 is 59. 25 plus 14 is 39. Plus 30 would be 69. Minus 1 would be 68. Let's see. That'll be 52 plus 27. 52 plus 27 sounds like 89? That can't be right. 79. 79. And let's see. 37 plus 15 is 52. Plus 35 is 87. Oops, 87. Okay, so now we have to add all of these together. So let's see. So 313. Oh, the top row is wrong. Oh yeah, that's definitely wrong. 79. How about 79 for the first one? Was your 313 with the correct total or with my total? Let's see. So that's 158 plus, I guess I could do this as 140 plus 140 is 280. Plus 9 is 298. Plus 8 plus 7 is 313. I also got 313. Hey, Missing, by the way, welcome. How are you doing? I thought of you because I just set my first puzzle with modular lines. And fairly or unfairly, I think of you as being a modular lines enjoyer. Okay, so 313. So 8 times 45 is a lot. It's 360. So 360 minus 313 sounds like 47. Do we agree on 47? I think that's the alias number. I think it's from Star Trek originally, but then it showed up on these things. So these 5 digits sum to 47 if we count this one twice, which does feel suspicious. I'll be honest. Okay, so this digit's at least 2. I can prove. The Pomona number, is that the reference to this? Okay, so this is the yellows plus the green again. The yellows sum to a maximum of... Oh, did I do this wrong? Oh, it's the blue digits that sum to 47 because I'm being silly. It's Pomona graduates spreading the industry thing. Okay, so yeah, so yes, so yeah, if I summed all of these, I would get 90, but then I subtract the blue, which means that the yellow plus the green is actually 43. Okay, so counting this twice. And so this is max 35 plus the green. So that means the green needs to be 8 or 9, right? Those are the only possibilities for what the green could be. Okay, I'm going to get rid of these numbers on the outside before I start making triples with them. Let's see, and if the yellow... should it mean 4? Because couldn't I make the yellows have a 4 and then put a 9 in the middle? Like if the yellows sum to 34, but yeah, the yellows, so certainly 1, 2, and 3 live outside of here. And these are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got sort of 1 degree of freedom on our thing. These numbers need to sum to 16, which I guess they can with a 4 plus 3, for example. Yeah, I do think this is going to do something to row 5. I don't know why I called it row 3, but yeah, right, because I can't get to the 16 I need to with these. Okay, so no 1, right, because I need these to sum to a minimum of 7. And so one of these does have a 1. I'm not quite sure what to do with this corner marked 1. Uh, uh, right. If the middle is an 8, that doesn't work, because if the middle is an 8, Emma points out, that means we can't use the 5 out here anymore, because if the middle is 8, then the yellow had to be 5 through 9, which is 35, plus 8 is 43. So yeah, so if this is an 8, it doesn't work, because if this is an 8, then again 3/4 is the most. So in fact, this has to be a 9. I will bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Boop boop doop. Woo! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop ba-doop. Ba-doop ba-doop. Ba-doop ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. I feel like when I started watching Cracking the Cryptic, all the puzzles were like that kind of math over and over again, or all the like quote unquote hard ones. Uh okay. Uh so so now we know that right. So there's no 5 in yellow, right? Because now if there was a 5 in yellow, that wouldn't work. So we know our yellow digits are 4, 6, 7, 8. And so now these aren't 4. And so now this needs to be 9, 2, 5, right? So those are a 2, 5 pair. These are a 1, 3 pair. Okay. Can I really fit an 8 over here? No, I cannot, because if I put an 8 over here, I would need to sum to 6, and conveniently the 2, 5 breaks every way to do that. So the 8's over here. So that means the 7's not over here, it's over here. But now I have options, because I could make this 1, 6, or 3, 4, because I just basically need to add a thing that sums to 7 with each of these. So now people are doing math with the 42, by which I'm usual, and noticing that this cage doesn't have a 3 in it. And so one of these two cells specifically is a 3, and so one of these cells is a 3, but it's not that one. Because if this were a 3, these would need to be an 8, 9 pair. So instead I've got a 3 in my 27 cage. Let's see. So assuredly, the 1 can't go on this side, right? Because the 1, if the 1 went on that side, then the 1 would come over down here. Oh, I guess there is a 1, 3 option. Never mind. Never mind. It's fine. Yeah, the 3 is in the 37 cage. So the 37 cage is missing 2 digits that sum to 8. So it's not missing 5, at the very least. So we have to decide basically which side of this box we're putting the 9 on. And then if we put the 9 here, it basically forces a 9 there, which forces a 9 there, which forces a 9 here, which forces a 9 there, which forces a 9 here, which forces a 9 there. So we end up with a sort of cascading effect around the ring, and it goes the other way if we do it the other thing. There's some sort of fancy name for that, but I could not tell you what it is off the top of my head. See, I don't think we're so fortunate that any of these cages can't contain 9, are we? In fact, is this the only one that's forced? A fun windmill, yes. Fun windmill is definitely the name. So yeah, I guess we've either got a 3 in the 37 cage, or the 3 is on the diagonal over here. And we've, of course, got all kinds of, like, geometry, like these 3 cells all end up in the 37 cage over here. Let's see. If this 20 cage... Actually, did I just prove the 20 cage doesn't have a 9 in it, or is there the possibility that the 20 cage does have a 9 in it? So I think I maybe missed the possibility that the 9 actually snuck away there. Yeah, these 2 cells, we can just make a line of ketchup. Let's see. Sadly, lots of these cages... Okay, the 35 cage definitely has a 9, for what it's worth. The 37 cage definitely has a 9. The 37 cage also always has an 8. Good point. So we know there's actually an 8 up here. And this 37 cage also always has an 8. So we know that 8 is over here. And those 8s align. And so this 42 cage, which also has an 8, that 8 is up there. This 35 cage, it also has an 8, and so that 8 is down there. And so now if we look at where the 8 goes along this diagonal, it now has to go in one of these cells. So these aren't 8, at the very least. Oh, right. That, these 8s Zach-winged into this box as well. Namely, I can't put an 8 in one of these, or I'd rule that out the other way. So that is an 8. Yeah, we can ask, where does the 8 go on the other diagonal now? The 8 on the other diagonal goes over here somewhere. And so this cage maybe doesn't have an 8, or maybe the 8 is over here somewhere. So there's sort of like some way, shape, or form of 8 sort of escaping over here. The 32 cage has a 3 in it. Right. So there's always a 3 in this cage. Good. And so those 3s sort of push a 3 over here. That is true. I thought perhaps the 8s would do more, but maybe that is all that we get to do with the 8s for now. Right. The 3 on this diagonal we know is in box 3. that is true. The 3 on this diagonal, I don't think we know about yet. Let's see. Are there other interesting digits like the... It was very interesting being able to get the 8 over here. I wonder if we can repeat the trick that we did with 8 with something else. I'm not sure. Does 35 need a 3? It doesn't look like it. I guess I can note this never has a 1. Does this ever have a 1? This can have a 1. But none of these are 1. Does 25 need a 3? No. Only just. One in box 8. Right, I can't... Oh, I can put 1... Oh, no, I can't make these 1, 3 anymore because of the 8. Right, that's the point. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I originally tried to prove these couldn't be 1, 3, but it wasn't true at the time, because it could be 1, 3 with a 6, 8, 9, but it can't be 1, 3 with a 6, 8, 9 anymore because of that 8. And so now the 1 actually is shunted over onto this side, so now we know there's a 1 and a 3 in here, which is, I guess, not huge news, but it's something. Okay, so there's a 1 in one of these cells. This 37 cage could have a 1 if it feels like it, could not have a 1 if it doesn't feel like it. It's got a 1 unless the 1 is there, I suppose. So these 3 cells, I guess, are the 2 cells that are missing from the 37 cage and that cell. And the 2 cells that are missing from the 37 cage add to 8. So we have a 2-cell sum to 8 in here. As well as whatever that digit is. Oh yeah, Math Pesto is noticing we can sort of smoosh both of these into the box and do strange potential geometry, which I agree has some potential, although I don't see what to do with it yet. Let's see. We don't know anything about any of these requiring 7, do we? No, sadly not. Row 2, column 7 in box 2 and box 1 is interesting. Oh, let's see. So, right. So this digit is not one of the reds. And so it goes down here, but it's not one of the reds, so therefore it goes exactly there. Okay, so this digit, if we look at it, that is a very good spot, is there. It's in one of these 2. It's not 3 for what it's worth. It's also not 8. So it is one of the digits in here that is not 3 or 8. Let's see. And if it's going on one of these, I guess this could be a 9. Oh, and so now whereas 3 in row 1, it's now placed, actually, MacD points out, because we know it's not in the 42 cage, so it's not in any of the digits that are in the 42 cage, but that's all the digits that are in the 42 cage, and therefore that's the 3. Very nice. And now that actually... Oh, sorry, that does not place this 3. Don't listen to me. If this 25 cage has a 3, it goes in one of those two cells, I suppose. But the 25 cage could maybe just get away with being 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. If the 37 in box 8, there's not a 37 in box 8. There's a 32 and a 27. Now, we certainly could, though, like, do the math to figure out the sum of all of these digits and see if it's interesting. So let's see, that's 52 plus 27 is 69, minus 45 is 24. So all of these digits sum to 24. If you take out the 3, they sum to 21. But they can have repeats. Although I guess all the repeats end up in here. Oh, no problem, Matt Laffey. I misread stuff all the time. I actually... Yesterday, I was doing a New York Times crossword, I think, and my dyslexia really got me because the clue was film blank, and it was 4 letters, and I was like, oh, it's noir. And then, like, noir did not fit with any of the clues, and I was like, what on earth am I putting? And then it was even worse, because then, like, I got that the first letter was F, and the last letter was M, and I was like, is it film? What on earth is a film? But then eventually... I finally saw the clue again and realized that it did not say film. It said flim blank, as in flim flam. And so my dyslexia maybe cost me more than a few moments of like just going completely off the rails of being like, well, I'm sure this is right. What else could it be? Anyway, I'm being told that these sum to 79, which is a bigger number. 52, yeah, that sounds like 79 minus 45 sounds like 34. So I'm not the only one who made that mistake with the crossword today. Oh, that's excellent to hear. Was it you or was it Ranks or someone else? I'm glad I'm not alone. So 31, these 5 digits sum to 31 if you take away the 3, which is biggish. I will have to tell Ranks that I also did that. Let's see. Using a letter to save a cat from a tree? None of them are 8. That's true. None of them are 8. So if you maximized these digits, you would get 9-7 on one side and 9-7-6 on the other side. I agree. Okay, so that's 18 plus 14 is 32 plus 6 is 38. Which I guess unfortunately is big enough that we're sort of a ways away from the 31 that is the minimum. Uh, uh, column 1, 2, box 1 and 7. Oh yeah, the we can do similar math here. Matt Laffey points out, where now the outer fringes, if you exclude the 8s, the outer fringes now sum to 26. Which sounds maybe more appealing than it is when you realize that we're allowed to like repeat digits willy-nilly, basically. Yeah, very middling, unfortunately. It seems promising, and it was the break-in, I suppose. Uh, uh, let's see. Uh, like, I'm trying to decide like what to do with 3s in these. Like, is there anything interesting about the ways that don't involve 3? But it seems like there's way too much wiggle room here, from what I can tell. Uh, oh, interesting. That would be good. So Isabella believes that if this is a 1-6, it's gonna break. Uh, is the uh okay, so this one can never have a 1. And so if there's not a 1 in here, then this now has a 1. Which means it's missing 2, 3, 5. Uh, but now both cages have 6 in them. I see. Okay, so yeah, so now the point is now this has a 6, this has a 6, and there's a 6 here by hypothesis. And so that does not work. Uh, yeah, I guess the way to see this, or the other way to see this, is that this is missing 3 digits that that sum to 8. And so if this is missing 2, 3, and 5, then I have to put 2 of 2, 3, and 5 into this. I guess it would have to be the 2, 5. Anyway, the point being that this is 3, 4, and now this is 1, 6, 7. It is an ICTUS puzzle. A somewhat gnarly one, even. So if this is not missing 3, 4, then we get a 4 over down here. I'm curious if your solve went through the same bizarre step. This cage definitely has a 3 or a 4 in it, right? Yeah, it can't be missing 3 and 4. And it's now missing 3. So it must have a 4. I didn't do that with the killer calculator. I did that by noticing that 3 plus 4 plus 3 is 10. So actually, we can now sort of corner mark a 4 in here. It helps if I corner mark the correct digit. So now that... so now this cage is missing a 4, because now actually our Zackwing on 4s plus the 4 in this box now sees every cell in here. So now this is indeed, not surprisingly, missing 1, 3, 4. And so we certainly know we've got a 4 in one of these cells. One in box 4. Oh, right, because wait. Oh, right. This cage is missing 1, 3, and 4. So the 1 is now down here. Boy, my brain does not do great at the is missing 1, 3, and 4. Because now the 1 is down here, and so now we get that that's a 3 and that's a 1. Because I even as I was like thinking about it missing 1, 3, and 4, yeah, my brain was not sort of wholly handling that properly. And so now there's a 3 over here. So now this cage has a 3 in it. Ah, right. Tallcat points out the 1s flanking box 7, forcing a 1 onto the diagonal. And so now there's a 1 in the 25 cage over here, which I guess we also could have done the other way around, tragically, because we could have also said, okay, well, there's this 1, 6, 7, and so we've got our 1s over here. So I wonder if that was all supposed to run the other direction. I don't know. This 29 cage does not necessarily need a 1, although it's quite specific if it doesn't have a 1. Let's see. I'm thinking about where these 2 yellow digits go in the 42 cage. Or maybe even specifically this yellow digit and where it goes in the 42 cage. I guess the answer is it's not any of these. So it definitely goes in row 1 in the 42 cage, for what it's worth. I guess that's maybe not super exciting. Is it more exciting to ask where this goes? Maybe not. The 35 cage is missing 2, 3, 5 now, right? Because it's got a 1 and it's missing things that's up to 10, so it's missing 2, 3, 5. So the 2 and the 5 now go up here, which means the 2 and the 5 now go down here. Uh, let's see, this 37 is missing, again, two things that sum to 8. So that's telling me there's a 2 or a 5 on this diagonal, I guess. Does the 25 need a 2 in box 3? It does. Yes, so there's a 2 over here now. Because it needs a 2. And so now the 2 on this diagonal now has gotten pushed over down here. Good. The 3 in box 1. Right. The 37 cages, neither of them have a 3 now. And so the 3 is now on this diagonal in one of these cells, which gives me a Zackwing of 3s looking down to sort out the 4 and the 3 over here. And that 3 now rules this 3 out over here, which places this 3 and that 3. Okay, we need a 6 or 7, and whichever 6 or 7 we get, it goes here in one of those cells. Yeah, I guess the real question is if we get an 8, then it has to go in one of these cells, and I wonder if that's a problem. Might be. Let's see. We've got the 1, 2 down here. 8, 3 over there. The 25 cage has no 5. Right. This does have no 5 in it. Because, wait, why can't the 5 be up here? Or am I looking at the wrong 25 cage? Oh, because it needs a 6 or a 7. Right. It needs a 6 or a 7. So the 6 or 7 has to go here with this. So these are only from 1, 2, 6, 7. And so now there's no 5 here. And so that rules out that version. But there is a 4 here now because we need a 4 in this cage in all versions. And that 4 has to go here, which removes 4 from those cells. There's a 6, 7 over here for what it's worth. There's a 6, 7, and there's an 8, 9. So I guess these are from 4, 8, 9. Oops, sorry, 4, 8, 9. To make that work. And yeah, I guess these are from 2, 5, 8, 9. Okay, so these aren't 9 for what it's worth. Okay, so these aren't 9 because I can only have 1, 8, 9, and that 8, 9 is up here. I can't put 9 on this diagonal, so I've actually put the 9 in this cage. So we've definitely got a 9, which doesn't do a lot to restrict it, but I mean, I guess does push the 9 slightly towards the 32 cage, although it could still go there, which is where it really wants to go anyway. Yeah, the calculator put a 4 in the 29 cage. Oh, and so we know where the 4 is. Right, right. So the 4 is in one of these two cells. And so that looks up and places the 4 up there. Okay. Agree, Ambrose. That's an X-wing on 4s. Is there really the possibility that there's a 4 in here? If this were 3 and 4, that I would need 5, 6, 9 over here, which is maybe possible. I guess it means there's no 4 in here, so that rules out one of the options. Oops. Ah! No 4, no 3. Okay, so there's definitely a 5 in here now, if we would like. The 9 in box 3 is now up here with the 8, actually, points out Mekti. Because we know 9 isn't red circle. So, in fact, these cells are an 8-9 pair now. Which indeed puts a 9 in one of these cells, which also contain a 3. So these are now a 3-9 pair. One of these is still an 8. So now the 9 is placed in the 20 cage through that series of shenanigans, which make these cells a 5, 6. Impacts 9 in box 4. Right. Red circle's not 3 or 9. So red circle is in one of these two cells, and in fact, red circle is here. Not there. There. And so that is 8. So I know red circle isn't 8. So this column doesn't have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 2, 4, 7 is what is left. This one, no, I don't think I know anything. Tallcat has okay, red circle's not 2 because of that, by the way. Oh, that seems to place an 8. Tallcat said something about 9 in box 4. I didn't understand the 9 in box 4 comment. Oh, the point is that 9 is in one of these cells. I see. And so the 9 in one of those means there's a 9 down here. Circle sees 4. So circle is 7. I agree. So therefore, okay, so that's a 6. That's a 4. This is not a 4. Oops. This is not a 4. The amount of times when I mean to hit 4 and I hit 7 instead is a lot. Okay, so there's no 4. Okay, so these are now a 7-8 pair. No 7s in this box. So we got a 6 and a 9. So that's the 9. no 9 now in this. So yeah, we've got a 2, 5, 8. The crowns are for the best commenters, Tallcat. But don't worry, you can still win. And it resets every time, so there's always a chance. I absolutely love João saying that with a crown. Okay, what am I missing? I'm missing a 7. So these are a 4 and a 7. So that's not a 7. So that is a 7. I'm guessing that behind the scenes, a very complicated AI is judging your Sudoku deductions and rewarding those with the best Sudoku deductions. Okay, so this must be the other 5, 8, I suppose, for the column, because I think that's all that's left in the column, right, is a 5, 8, after we've got all these pairs. I feel like we may have just done this puzzle in a completely different way than was intended, but we're getting there regardless. That 2, 5, 8 looks at the 7 and the 8 over here. Did this cage feel like it wanted a 7? It didn't know. Let's see. 4 in box 3 I'm being asked about. The 4 in box 3 is just here. So that's a 5. So that isn't. These are a 1, 6, 9, I am being told. Okay, so that means that these digits are a 4, 7, 8. Oh, and that's the one that's the 7. So these are a 4, 8. Oh, and that's actually going to be resolved by that 4, 7. So that's the 4 and the 8. That's not an 8 anymore. Now that seems to be an 8. Oops. Now that seems not to be a 9 anymore. Good. Let's see. So now there seems to not be an 8 in this cage. So now this cage seems to be forced to be 2, 3, 6, 7, 9. Okay, so the 7 is exactly here. The 3 is exactly here. And these are 6, 7... Sorry, not 6, 7, 9. These are 2, 6, 9. That is no longer able to be a 3. Okay, so these are a pair. Or sorry, not a pair. They're a 5 and 8 and the other one. A 1, funnily enough. No 8, no 5. Okay, so these are a pair of a 3 and what other thing? A 2, right? Yeah, I think a 2 is the correct answer. Okay. Okay, so I guess I know what is in this set of digits. So it's a 2, a 4, a 1, and an 8. Oops. Okay, so I can fill in 1, 2, 4, and 8. And so... So this is 3, 5, 9 over here? Okay, so if that's 3, 5, 9... I guess I knew what these digits were anyway. I could have just done the diagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, good. Well, fortunately, I got the same triple, so that's good. Let's see. I'm being told that somewhere there is a 37 cage. Oh, I can write in what these digits are. So these are 2, 5, and 4, 6, 7. Oh, they're 2, 5, and 7, and that one's the 7, it would seem, if I understand how 7s work. And so these are a 6 and a 9, which makes that a 1 at least. Makes that a 2, actually. Seems to make that a 4. Seems to make that a 2. That 6, 9 pair seems to make that a 9. That seems to be the only place for a 2 in here now. Seems to make that a 5 and a 2. Seems to make that a 2. 5 and a 2. 6 and 9. 1 and 6. 5 and 6. 5 and 8 and 1. 5 and 8 and 2. 9 and 8. 6 and 9. Talk about all coming down at once. We went from like almost no digits in the grid to basically just fill in what Sven tells me to in a very short period of time there. Oops. Okay, and so we can... yeah, I'm very curious if Ictuas ever watches this. I'll be curious to know to what extent we did what was desired. I'm sure the break-in was intended the way we did it. But then what we did after the break-in, like, it seemed like everything sort of got started by this weird insight about the 1-6 here would break that felt a little bit bizarre. It was a very good observation, like, what a spot, but I have a hard time believing that was the intended next step, and everything we did followed from that. So I'm not sure exactly whether we were doing the right thing or not. But anyway, I'm going to stretch my legs real quick. I'll be right back, and we can do some 6x6s. So see you all in just a moment. Welcome back. We have a 4x4 by Nell, which is slightly scary, but let's try it. So each cell has one of 4 modifiers applied to it. The modifiers are doubler, halver, squarer, and inverter. Sorry in advance. Oh, that's a good start. Uh, Modifiers also cannot repeat in a row, column, or box. Additionally, each digit has each modifier applied to it exactly once. So this is the puzzle, I'm going to guess, that you mentioned at Sudoku-Con taught you that you cannot find 2 orthogonal Latin squares of order 6. Is that going to be correct? I know you mentioned that to me at Sudoku-Con. So you could not make a 6x6 version of this. Okay, and then we have sandwich. The highest and lowest values in each row and column form the crusts of a sandwich. Clues outside the grid show the sum of the values sandwiched between those crusts. If there is a tie for highest and lowest value, multiple clues are given, separated by that. Okay. Fascinating. There's a tie for highest and lowest value. So there's 3 different clues here. And the interesting thing about the 1 is it must mean that the highest thing, well, I guess, yeah, because if there's a 0, it means there's 2 things in a row that are equal and are the highest. But in fact, because of the ambiguity, there's 3 things in a row that are equal, and they must be equal to 1. So I think in this column, I think 3 of the digits are equal to 1. Oh, possibly one of them is... Can anything be 0? I don't think anything can be 0. Because, like, how does that not end up making... I'm having a hard time figuring out how it would be that 3 of the 4 things were 1 without all 4 of them being 1. Because if all 4 of them were 1, then we'd have more sandwich clues. And one of the sandwich clues would be a 2. Modifier applied to it exactly once. So highest and lowest. Okay, and so we're halving it, squaring it. Oh, I can have the highest never being counted. So, like, if this is like 1114, for example, but that wouldn't work. Oh, like that. And so now I can either go that way, or I can go that way, or I can go that way. Okay, I am with you now. So value-wise in this column, we've got 3 1s and something that's bigger than 1. And our 3 1s can come from... there has to be a 3-way tie, because if there isn't, we don't get 3 clues, right, AFK? And the fact that there's 2 zeros tells you that there's 2 different ways, tells you that those 2 are tied. for lowest or highest. And the tie value being 1 comes from this 1. So I can't get a 1 out of a doubler. So I have to get a 1 out of a halver, a squarer, and an inverter. So the things I get for my sort of outies here are 1, 2, 4. And 3 is my highest, because 3 I don't have anything I can do with. So one of these two is the 3 that something is done to. And assuredly the 3 can't go here, because if the 3... Wait, actually, sorry. The 3 getting doubled. Maybe the 3 getting doubled is okay. It's going to be hard to get to 12 without a squared 3, isn't it? Like, I think if I put the 3 here, I think I just can't possibly get to 12. Yeah, the 3 is doubled. So yeah, especially if I use a doubler on the 3 here, right? If this is the 3, it's 3 and it's doubled, and then I can't square the 4, so I could, like, square the 2, but then I'm not getting to 12. So I think the 3 is here, and it's doubled. We'll make this double. Maybe I'll actually make it in this... I'll center mark it as a 3, and then corner mark it with a D for doubled. Oh, sorry, that was meant to be a corner mark. But hey, we'll do it 3D. We'll do it like that. And so then these are all from 1, 2, 4. Like that. And so we know what they all are. Okay, so I guess I don't have to square the 3 as long as I double the 4, right? I could... Sorry, I'm only adding 2 digits, right? In order to get 12, yeah, double the 4. Yeah, and then the 3 is going to be there squared as the outer, because we have to beat the biggest thing that we're counting in the sum. And I think that's the only way it works. Because if we square the 4 to beat the biggest thing that we're using in the sum, then it doesn't work. So yeah, so I think this has to be a 3 that's been squared. Squared. We'll make up this for squared. And then one of these is a doubled 4, and the other is a modified 1, which makes this a halved 2. Sorry, I keep doing this the wrong way. A 2 that has been halved, which makes these not 2s. Okay, and we'll make this this 2 that's been halved, we'll make it purple. Okay, so this is a 3 that has been something. I don't know what. Okay, so this 3... we know what it has been. It has been the other thing. Right, because 3's already been squared, it's already been doubled, and there's a halver in the box, so this is an inverted 3. We can make that red for changing the polarity. And now that makes that red, which makes that yellow, which makes this a 4D. Oops, not a DX. We'll save the DXs for the next puzzle. A 1 that has been inverted. And so now do that and that. So this is a 1 that has been squared. This is a 4 that has been inverted. Okay, and so now presumably it's all Sudoku. I guess this is the red for this row. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so so AFK, this is, if you write in its value, this cell's a 6. All these are 1. So when I go to take the highest value, it's a 6. And when I go to take the lowest value, it's a 3-way tie for 1. So we write in the clues for this 6-1, which is 0, this 6-1, which is 0, and this 6-1, which is 1. This is, by the way, a 2 inverter. That's not a 2. There we go. That's a 2. Okay, and so this is a 2. But the 2's already been halved, so this isn't halved. This is squared. Squared. And so this is halved. This is squared. It's a 4, and it's squared. This is a 1, and it's halved. Let's see. And so I need a 4 up here, and it can't be yellow, so it has to be purple. And so let's finish the coloring. Yellow, yellow. This was not nearly so crazy as I thought it was going to be from reading the rules. So this is the 3. This is the 4. And this is the 1. And this is the 2. And so now if we actually write this in, 1, 3, 2, 2, 4, 3, 1, 4, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 3, 1, 2, 4, it will approve. I think I'm happy there's not a 6x6 version of this. I think 4x4 is exactly the right size for this puzzle, but I'm glad that this puzzle exists. All right. I can do another puzzle, so I'll be back in just a moment. Let me dig something up. Alrighty, welcome back. So we have a compass illumino. So we need to divide the grid into regions such that no 2 regions of the same size share an edge. And then if there is an arrow in a cell, the digit in that cell equals the total number of cells belonging to the region the arrow comes from that are in the direction of the arrow. So if this is a region and this is a 3, that's saying that this region has 3 cells in this direction. And now, importantly, because there's at least 1 cell here, these are never equal, which means these things double as borders. Okay. And you can read this as an inequality, because there's certainly fewer cells seen on this side than there are in the whole region. So it's sort of the alligator eats the bigger number sort of naturally. So if I just go ahead and color these, I know that this can't be yellow. This is some new size. Now, this can't be green, because if this were green, then we'd be saying that the number of cells that are green over in this direction is equal to both yellow and red. We can't do that, so this must be another omino. These ominos both have size bigger than 1, because they are larger than these, so they grow at least once. Like that. We're hoping that this one will work out to be 5. Oh, this red is bigger than yellow, so the red needs to grow. And in fact, the red can't only grow that far, because the red doesn't have a thing in the direction of yellow yet. Yellow would be a 0, which we cannot do. So red, in fact, at least grows there. Now, yellow can't grow up, because if yellow grows up, then that forces red to grow up in order to match it. But then we have red and yellow both being bigger than the other, so we cannot do that. Right, that does... thing I'm saying makes sense. Yeah, if yellow grows up, red grows up, and we end up with the sort of Roberus of inequalities, which we're not allowed to do. So yellow is decidedly a 1. Okay. Now, I suppose it is worth noting that both blue and green both need to get cells on this side of the grid, which, if you look at what's going to happen with the donut, means that blue is going to have to go at least this far, and green is going to have to go at least this far. In classic compass fashion. I'm sorry, Casey, green did not work out to be 5. And in fact, green actually needs at least 3 things over here, so green has to go at least that far, actually. Now, blue's actually done, because blue's only supposed to have 1 thing over here, and if I make blue any bigger, it won't work. Okay, whatever this is, it grows for sure. And it has to grow again, because whatever this is, it needs to have something that is in this direction because of the compass, so it needs to go that way. It can't be green, because if this thing is green, then green has 6 cells over here, and this red needs to be a 6, which is going to be a problem. So in fact, red is 3. And now this thing is done, and so we get another yellow and another red. And so we get a 3, a 3, a 1... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Woohoo! And a bigger than 9. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And a 15. Da-da-da-da! We have succeeded. Excellent, excellent. Okay, let's have a look at this J. Dyer puzzle. The sum of cell values in a cage is either 2.5 or k, where k is some real number to be determined. The values... Bijoual! The values of the cells on the red line have a difference of 1, and we have halvers. So 1 cell in every row and column and box is a halver. So k is definitely an integer, because these 2 cells and these 2 cells, one of them is not a halver, and so has an integer value. But I will say that one of these has a value of 2.5 and one of these has a value of 2.5 because they can't both have a value of k. Wait, no, that doesn't work. No, one of these, sorry, one of these. Anyway, I do need a haver in each of these, but one of these has to have to k. But if I don't put a haver here that in either of these cells, then they both have to have k in them, and likewise here. So that gives us a lot of not havers. And so k is half of an integer and still an integer. So k is 1, 2, or 3. However, this sums to k. So k is exactly 3, actually. Because we have this. And so one of these is a 5 that's been halved, and one of them is a 6 that's been halved. Okay, so now this cage in particular needs to have a haver in it, because otherwise it would have to be 1, 2. So this is not a haver, which means these two are havers by our earlier argument, which means this is not. Do this. Okay, so these are a 5, 6 pair. This is just a 3. This is just a 3, because 3 is our magic halving number. Okay, the halved number in here has to be either a 4 or a 2. If it's a 4, then it goes with a 1, and if it's a 2, oh, it can't be a 2, because if it's a 2, it would go with a 2. So this is a 1, 4, and the 4 is halved. So this is a 2, and that's a 1. The 4 is halved, I'm going to mark. Okay, this is 4, 5, 6. Oh, this 5, 6 goes here by Sudoku. These 1, 4s go over there by Sudoku. Okay, I know there's a 3 down here. If this isn't halved, these are a 1, 2 pair. Likewise, this. Actually, wait, did I just argue that the only way to make a 2-cell cage with a haver is 1, 4? I think I did, right? Sorry, a 2-cell cage that sums to 3 with a haver would be that. Otherwise, but is there always a 1 in the cage? If there's not a 1 in the cage, then the cage sums to a minimum. Oh, it could be a 2 and a halved 3. Sorry, a 2 and a half. No, a 2 and a halved 3 doesn't work. Sorry, no, 2 and a halved 3 is too big. So yeah, so there's always a 1 in the cage, actually. Because if there's not, then yeah, then you end up too big. So in fact, that's the 4, that's the 1. This is the one that was halved. This is the one that's not halved. So these are actually the 1, 2 pair. The 1 in box 1, right? 4 and not there, Zeta. 4 and 1. Can this really be a 1-2 pair? Is a question that I would like to know the answer to, but that I don't. Okay, let's see. One of these is the other 5, 6. The other one's a 2. Okay, so the remaining halvers are 1, 2, and 3 for what it's worth. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, right? Okay, so this is this is the other 5, 6, and so that's the 2, right? Thank you. Okay, yeah, these two have a difference of 1. If this were halved, it would have to be half of 2, I guess. That just doesn't work, right? Yeah, this can't be halved because it would have to be half of 2 because it would have to be an integer. But then the things that are 1 away from half of 2. Oh, sorry, no. This could be half of 2 next to a 2. Sorry. Maybe these are... Oh, no, it can't be half of a 2 next to a 2 because that would break this cage. Okay, so this is not halved. So the halved 1, Carl points out, we know must be in column 3 because all the other 1s we have filled in the grid are not halved. And this column can't have a halver 1, so there's a halved 1 in this column, which means, which means this cell is the halved 1. And so that has to go with a 2, funnily enough, in order to make that work. Okay, and so now we need the halved 2, and the halved 2 can only go here. And now we need the halved 3, which now can only go there. So ergo, that is a 3. Okay, so one of these is a 1, and it's that one. One of these is a 2, and it's that one. One of these is a 4, and it's that one. This is a 5, 6. That's a 3, therefore. So that's a 3. So that's a 5, 6. That's a 5, 6. I might have to color my 5, 6s. I probably do. Let's catch up. So that's X, that's circle. That's X, that's circle. Okay, so this is a 5, 6 that's next to something that's not 5 or 6. So the only thing it can be next to is 4, which makes that a 5. Oh, of course I knew this was... Oh, no, I didn't know this was a 5, sorry. But anyway, I now know this is a 5, and that's a 6. It's a 5, that's a 6. 5, 6, 6, 4. That's a 6. That's a 5. That's a 4. That's a 5. Very nice, very nice. That was bite-sized but yummy. We have been through a lot of these now. We have done well with things. Let's see. Is there one more that I think we can plausibly do today? Yeah, let's try this J41. 6 double rooms. So we have normal 6x6 rules. One cell in each row or column and box is a doubler. So it's like halvers, but the other way. Each digit appears in exactly one doubler. A cell with a gray circle has an odd value. A cell with a gray square has an even value. Uh-oh. Screen weirdness? Oh, no. Oh, it's just because I had that filled. I see. Sorry, I was reading the thing. Okay, so this is not a doubler, is the punchline. Uh, the value of a circle or pill in box N records the sum of all values within box N that are orthogonally adjacent to the digit N within the box. Pills are read left to right, shows value in order. E.g., if row 2, columns 1, 2 are 2, 5, then the value of the pill is 210. Okay. It's probably not 210. Okay. So think like what is the largest you could possibly get is if you had a doubled 6, a 5, and a 4. Doubled 6 is 12. 5 and 4 is 21 is the largest total. So given that, I think this can only be a 1 or a 2, but I don't even think it can be a 2, can it? Oh, I could do like an honest 21. I could do a 2 and a 1. But I actually can't double either of these, because if I were to double either of them, then that would make it so that I started with a 2, but then the only digit I could put after it was a 1, but I'd have doubled the 1, and so I'd have 2 1s. So these aren't doubled either. If this is a 1, then I need that to be a doubled 5, which seems totally fine. Let's see. I don't think I can get this total for 5 up to 20-something, because I can't use the 5 in the total. And so if I ask myself, the 5, if I put the 5 here, the biggest I can possibly make it is like double 6 plus 3 or something. So I can't make this a 2. If I put it in a corner somewhere, like over here, there's just nowhere I can put the 5, because notice in order to get to 21, I needed to use the 5 in the sum. So this is always a 1. This is probably not the 5. This is probably not the 5 either. If this is the 5, then I'm making this digit enormous. If this is the 5, I'm making that digit a 10, which has the problem. Well, there's lots of problems. Sorry, no, I'm making that digit a 14. It's even worse. So one of these two is the 5. If that's the 5, I guess I'm making that value, or that cell, have a value of 10, but I can't do that because I can only do that with a doubled 5. So actually that can't be the 5 either, funnily enough. So that's the 5. And so now that's a 3. These are 2, 4, 6. 5 is 1 plus 3 plus... I'd better double this, because if I don't double this, I'm not getting to a legitimate total. So I can undouble lots of things. Double 2 is just not enough. Double 4 would make this a 2. That's fine. Double 6... Oh, double 6 doesn't work because it would make this a 6, actually. If I do double 6, then I end up at 16. So this is just a 4. And I've got my 2, 6 here. So that does tell me a little bit about where 6 is in this box. 6 can't be next to the circle. 6 can be in the circle if these two values add to 6, or 6 can be over here if it wants. And these are 1, 2, 6. I know that one's not a 6. Oh, the total can't be 1 or 2. So the total just is 6. Then this is a 1 or a 2 together with something to make it add to 6. A 3, 4, or 5, I suppose. And I can't double any of these. It'll be too big. I also have a bad habit of that, Matt Laffey. When I famously, the one that always gets me is when there's a killer cage that sums to 9 that's 2 cells in a 6x6. I always forget that there's 2 options for that. It always is like, oh, it's not worth marking. It could be anything. Anyway, this can only be 4 or 5. And it can't be doubled. Because these two just have to legitimately add to 6 now. If I try doubling this, it's going to be a problem. Let's see. Okay, so this is box 3. So I know... Oh, there's not even a thing in box 3. I don't even care about that, I guess. In principle. This has even value, so who knows what to do with that. Oh, this can't be a 2 anymore, because remember, this could only be a 2 if that was a 1. So it's a 1. It's a 1, which means that I need to make this a doubled 5. The box 5... Oh, yes. The box 5 pill is determined. Thank you. It's like, hell, that sounds complicated. No, it is 8 plus 4 is 12. Considerably easier than the previous puzzle's math. Okay, but now, unfortunately, this works no matter what digit I put here, so I can put whatever digit I feel like. Sorry, these are a 2 and a 4. Let's see, I know there's a 5 over here. Oh, so the doubled digit in this is a 3, because I know where the 4 and the 5 are doubled, so this is a doubled 3. I just corner mark that. Oh, this is roped, right? So these are 1, 5. These are 3, 6. And so this is a doubled 6, if you like, because we've already doubled the other things. So now the only things we haven't sort of marked where they're doubled are 1 and 2, I believe, because we have done 4, 5, 6, and 3. So yeah, it's 1 and 2. So there's a 2 doubled in the box here, and there's a 1 doubled in this box here. And so we could have a doubled 2 here. We can't have the 2 next to that for sure. Okay, what are the digits left in this column? This is 2 and 4. Oh, right, so the 2 is there. I see. And the 4 is there. And so these are 3, 6. Oh, I could have just done this by the roping even, I suppose. Okay, so there's a 5 over here somewhere. And the 5, I guess, can go next to 2 if that's a 6. Yes, the even clue still means that the thing can go anywhere. Yeah, It's a crazy world we live in, Logan. Yeah, I mean, I assume it's going to be a doubled, yeah, the doubled 2 with a 1 and a 3 next to it. And that this is going to force the doubler to be there, but who knows? Oh, 2 doubled in the circle breaks box 6. Yep, it makes this a 3, right? So if this is a doubled 2, then this is a doubler and a 3, but that's a 3. So this is not a doubled 2. And ergo, this is the doubled 2. Oops. Ergo, these aren't 1, and ergo the 1 in this column goes here. Let's see. So these are from 3, 6, and 5. I should be able to figure out which of these is plausible. 6 doesn't seem plausible. Because if this were a 6, this would have to be a 3 or a 5, and neither of them work. If this is a 3, that doesn't seem plausible either. Uh-oh. Oh, what am I doing? I'm trying to make the things next to this pill equal to... Sorry, and I was so committed to the idea that this was going to be a 2 that I was summing these 2 digits rather than these 2 digits. It's still not going to be a 3. But, and this can't be a 3 either. So, in fact, that's the 3, and that's the 6. 1 plus 5 is 6. 1 plus 6 would be 7. That doesn't work. So that's 5. That's 6. Okay, so no 5 there. Now these are the 3 and the 4. These are the 3, 4, and 5. I guess this is a 1, 2, or a 4. If we want to mark it. Oh, there's a 3, 4 pair in this column. So these are 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. The gray square has an even value, so it could be a doubled 1, is the remaining possibility there, Jim, that we must contend ourselves with. Let's see. So there's some weird thing going on with how these things crisscross with each other, I suppose. I should also keep in mind that the 6 is the doubled thing here. So if this is the 6, then the 1's up here. It does seem like a thing a setter might do. Yes, I agree. It is sort of begging to happen. If the 6 is here, that's definitely the 1. Let's see. So the 6 has to go next to the 1, I guess, is the point. So this one of these is 1, 6. And I guess whichever one is 1, 6 has a 4 behind it. Uh, yeah, so there's going to be a 1, 6 with a 4 behind it and a 2 in that cell. And so if we do that in this row, this cell breaks. Oh, I guess here, that's a much, much nicer thing to say, Ambrose. I like that a lot better than the thing I said. Right. Whichever one I do with the 1, 6 definitely makes one of these a 2, which makes that a 1 and that a 2, which makes these both not the thing. Which makes that not the thing, which makes that the thing. Which makes that a 3, a 4, a 3. Oops. So those are a 2, 6. That's not a 2. Okay, and so 6 is famously 1 plus 5, I suppose. That is a fair point that I had forgotten that was one of the rules of the puzzle. So indeed, this is a 1, which means that is my last of the digits. Well, not the last of the digits, but the last of the doublers. And a 5. Very nice. Alrighty, well, we got a bunch of 6x6s done today, in addition to a fairly large number of puzzles. But I'm going to wrap up stream there for today, so huge thank you to everyone for hanging out. Do please give the stream a thumbs up and leave a comment if you have not. Greatly appreciated. It helps the YouTube algorithm to suggest us to folks, which is always appreciated. Also, huge thanks to everyone who supports the stream financially. I know a lot of you do in a lot of places, so huge thank you to those of you who do. If you're up for that and you'd be interested, you can click the $ in YouTube and it will facilitate the process. I have been putting up the Invitation to Puzzles series. The first one concerns pairs and triples and killer Sudoku. So if you're here, it may not be for you, but if you have friends who are trying to get into Sudoku, that might be a good choice for you to recommend. And later in the week, including tomorrow, we're going to start posting pencil puzzle ones. I think the plan is 1 Sudoku, 2 pencil puzzles per week, something like that. So you might be more interested, depending on your proficiency and level of expertise in the Yajalin intro that is going to go up tomorrow. So huge thank you to everyone. Last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and Tyson. And don't forget, I've got a puzzle up on LMD, so if you're interested in that kind of thing, I recommend you give it a look. But that's all for now. Have a great day, and I'll see you all real soon.